Technical difficulties. Here we go. Okay. Okay. I fixed it. This was a mess. That's okay. I decided to do this all last minute, so here we are. Okay. We'll get there. Don't mind me. Or do. You know, do whatever you want. Alright, I'm almost there. Ooh, I have an idea with this.
the difference with these glasses? I don't even know. It's the same. Oh, I guess it's even darker.
Alright. I'm back. Okay, let's get going on co-working and stuff. Hi Merlin, what's up, buddy? You being cool? Yeah, he is. He's a cool dog. Looking for a white rug in my game, and then I'll be right there. I'm almost there. Pardon me. Oh, interesting. I wonder if I could do that. That'd be cool. I'm almost ready, sorry. Oh, interesting, it almost fits. Huh. Oh, but it doesn't. Oh, interesting. Okay, well that's very odd. I guess I should shrink this down a little bit. It's kind of giganto. What happens if I do this? Huh. Interesting. We'll start in a sec, sorry. I'm just like thinking about something here. Interesting. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Hello. Thanks for your patience. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Okay. I have to do some reading of papers first off. Also, I'm gonna put this in my calendar. BDCCPP. Wait, is that right? No. BDCWPP. It almost all has like an E noise to them except for the W. I kind of want to make it we. You see what I'm saying here? Okay, also, why is this the wrong size now? Dang it. Hold on. I've had this problem before. Yeah, okay, let me fix this. I remember an Esperanto translation of chronically online person who said herbivitisto, which means someone who professionally avoids grass. Wow. That's amazing. Esperanto? Wait. What is that? Oh. Huh. Oh, it's the most widely spoken constructed language. Fascinating. That's funny. Someone who professionally avoids grass. That is very, very funny. Question mark on this one. Yeah, it won't quite line up. That's okay. I thought it wouldn't. It goes kind of in a weird spot. It's funny, like over here it works, but yeah. Okay. Alright, let's go read some papers. Time timer available for people to see, but I don't know how I would do that easily. It would have to be like back there. Well, maybe. Kinda, right? Well, that's our timer. Actually, it's off. Sorry. I feel like the purple might be easier to see. Actually, let me just grab that one. I'm gonna have to compare this. The purple, yeah. For that anyway. Actually, that's a better place for that because it's closer to my ballet bar and I can use it for ballet exercises. I just realized that. Okay. Let's get going on some research. Designed to be spoken as a universal language. That's cool. Huh. That's very strange. Interesting. You really have deep dived quite impressively in this, like, what do you call them again? Universal second languages. Constructed languages was the other thing I thought that I heard myself say. Alright, let's get over here. Where were we? Oh, cookies should be enabled. What? Oh, here we go. Okay. Stochastic learning is what you're talking about. It's more expensive. Deterministic is action, state. Action could lead to multiple states. Okay, here, let me read this for you. This will go mode. Remember what we were talking about earlier? I'm gonna turn off the music while I do this. This part. Where is the music? Okay, if I could find it, I'll turn it off. Where did it go? Oh, it's here. Thank you, Happy Jazz. Okay, so stochastic internal models, often formalized in the framework of Markov decision processes, NDPs, are more expressive than deterministic models, capturing the agent's uncertainty about how the environment will respond to its actions. This uncertainty can arise either due to fundamentally stochastic processes in the environment, randomized, but like sort of in a way that can be analyzed by probability. It's not totally random. Aleatory uncertainty, e.g. a coin flip, or due to partial knowledge of the environment. Epistemic uncertainty, e.g. the unknown outcome of a lever press when tried for the first time. Referred to as risk and uncertainty, respectively, in economic decision making. Economic means like you're trying to preserve your resources cognitively, metabolically, yeah. Trying to be efficient and not waste resources that you don't have to. So basically aleatory uncertainty is risk, and epistemic uncertainty is uncertainty in this. Okay. Thus, stochastic models allow agents to plan in much more general and realistic settings, such as those involving noisy, random, or unknown physical environments. Formally, given an input, state, and action, stochastic models output either a single sample of the resulting outcome, sample models, or the probabilities with which a set of outcomes might occur, distribution models. That's really big in statistics. If you should take a statistics class, that will come up a bunch. In either case, because it is impossible for the agent to know in advance the exact effects of an action, it is no longer possible to rely on an open loop control as in classical planning, which is going to be that deterministic thing. Yeah, basically, to skip a bit. Therefore, in this setting, it is often not helpful to pre-compute a sequence of actions. Instead, what needs to be computed is the best action at any particular state, a policy, which thus gives the agent more flexibility to choose each future action depending on future yet unknown outcomes, closed loop or optimal feedback control. Examples of tasks where planning requires a stochastic model and closed loop control are board games involving a chance component such as dice rolls, route planning with unpredictable traffic, and most other realistic tasks. Naturally, humans and other animals are able to consider stochastic outcomes when planning. A bunch of studies. Studies on the control of eye and arm movements have provided particularly striking demonstrations of a stochastic internal so-called forward models underlying motor planning. Thus, I would love to read these actually, but thus planning in the brain must be closed loop, at least when necessary, an assumption typically incorporated in computational models of planning. Nevertheless, in some tasks with deterministic outcomes, neural data suggests that entire sequences of actions may be planned in advance. This is what I think I have problems with. For instance, when monkeys are asked to plan a sequence of actions to achieve a goal, recordings from the lateral PFC, this is the region that I think is impacted, during the preparatory phase of sequential decision tasks contain information about the entire planned sequence of actions. So let me grab this lateral PFC, and this will get into the idea of like having to repeat for people with autism instructions a lot. Atypical recruitment of medial prefrontal cortex in autism, and then talks about the lateral PFC. The lateral prefrontal cortex and its disruption in autism. Yeah, that's what I thought. Layer 1. Autism is a neurodevelopmental connectivity disorder characterized by cortical network disorganization and imbalance in excitation inhibition. However, little is known. When is this from? 2019, not bad. Little is known about the development of autism pathology and the disruption of laminar specific excitatory and inhibitory cortical circuits. To begin to address these issues, we examine layer 1 of the lateral prefrontal cortex, LPFC, an area with prolonged development and maturation that is affected in autism. We focused on layer 1 because it contains a distinctive, diverse population of interneurons, and glia, receives input from feedback and neuromodulatory pathways, and plays a critical role in the development, maturation, and function of the cortex. We used unbiased quantitative methods at high resolution to study the morphology, neurochemistry, distribution, and density of neurons, and myelinated axons in post-mortem brain tissue from children and adults with and without autism. Cool. We cross-validated our findings through comparisons with neighboring anterior cingulate cortices and optimally fixed non-human primate tissue. Interesting. In neurotypical controls, we found an increase in the density of myelinated axons from childhood to adulthood. Neuron density overall declined with age, paralleled by decreased density of inhibitory interneurons labeled by calretinin. That sounds familiar, but I don't know what it is. And calbindin, don't know what that is at all. And pervalbumin. Importantly, we found pervalbumin neurons in layer 1 of typically developing children, previously detected only perinatally. In autism, there was disorganization of cortical networks within layer 1. Children with autism had increased variability in the trajectories and thickness of myelinated axons in layer 1, while adults with autism had a reduction in the relative proportion of thin axons. Neurotypical postnatal changes in layer 1 of LPFC, lateral prefrontal cortex, likely underlie refinement of cortical activity during maturation of cortical networks involved in cognition. Our findings suggest that disruption of the maturation of feedback pathways rather than interneurons in layer 1 has a key role in the development of imbalance between excitation and inhibition in autism. Not quite what I wanted, but interesting. I mean, what is your, hold on. Cool, they gave us a straight up photo. You don't always get those. Results. We studied excitatory and inhibitory elements in the LPFC layer 1 in neurotypically developing children and adults with the aim of identifying age-related changes in the structure of layer 1. We compared normative changes with those seen in individuals with a diagnosis of autism in order to identify atypical age-related changes in network structure that may influence the development of autism symptomology. To validate our findings in human tissue, we qualitatively examined layer 1 in the illuminate LPFC and in the limbic granular ACC in human and non-human primate tissues to assess key characteristics of this layer underlying its dynamic role in cortical development and function. Interesting. Okay. Let me go to their conclusion because this is too technical for me by a lot. Look at them go. Discussion. We present evidence of postnatal changes in the balance of excitation inhibition in the maturing prefrontal cortex throughout typical development and in autism using a large cohort of human subjects at a variety of postnatal ages. Our findings reveal specific changes in the structure of pathways and cellular populations within layer 1 of the LPFC, lateral prefrontal cortex, through typical development. We also present evidence suggesting that atypical age-associated changes in the organization and relationship between pathways and cellular populations in layer 1 of the LPFC may underlie the dysfunctional balance of excitation inhibition in the maturing prefrontal cortex in autism. In conclusion, we systematically examined layer 1 of LPFC in individuals with and without autism in high resolution. We described the typical postnatal development and organization of axon circuits and local interneurons. Study of excitatory and inhibitory circuit components in parallel provided no from the facilitated identification of pathological changes within cortical. We found significant changes in the structure and organization of myelinated axons in LPFC layer 1 in individuals with autism, with important implications for the balance of excitation, inhibition, and local cortical information processing. Interesting. Our findings highlight feedback. Okay. I need to learn more about excitation inhibition. Excitatory inhibitory imbalance. Interesting. The signaling imbalance theory of autism explained. And then upsetting the excitatory inhibitory balance hypothesis of autism. Increased excitatory inhibitory ratio of neuronal activity may be protective rather than pathological in mouse model of autism. Interesting. Oh. I was talking about, if you left already, that's okay. I was talking about just this idea of it being expensive to keep multiple options in your head. So they do mention that in the study that it's expensive, but I don't know where they get to that. So there's like, yeah. Lateral PFC. Okay, let's see. Prefrontal plays a leading role in sequential decisions. Comparing sequential stimuli is crucial for guiding complex behaviors to understand the mechanisms underlying sequential decisions. This is what I think is different in autism, or at least mine, but I think others as well. The ability to compare and make decisions about sequentially presented sensory stimuli is essential for generating appropriate behavioral responses to the stimuli and events in our surroundings. Such sequential decisions require incoming sensory information to be compared to information maintained in short-term memory. This is my problem. This is what I can't do. This is what I can't do. This is what's wrong. This is what's making my life particularly difficult. Without a workaround, which I'm developing. At least one option. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Where's the results at? Let me look at that.
That's terrible. It's awful. It's stupid.
PFC. Interesting. Okay.
So,
Huh. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and look at the discussion.
where is it?
In this study, we directly compared neural activity in PFC, LIP, and MIP and multi-related match to category tasks. We also highlight a particular form of encoding. Okay, okay, hold on. In this study, we directly compared neural activity in PSC, LIP, and MIP in monkeys performing a delayed match to category task and focus on understanding how sequential decisions are carried out across the cortex. Oh, shit. It's 11:01. I guess we could I don't want to take a break. I'm gonna go for 15 more minutes. Let me set the timer. I could take a break, but I don't have ADHD, so screw that. Or I don't know if I do. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't think that's the main problem. Or, I don't know. Whatever. First, we found that test period. Okay, where were we? Okay, let's understand how sequential. Across the cortex. Okay. In particular, we sought out to understand where, when, and how the remembered sample stimulus and currently visible test stimulus are integrated to reach an M&M decision. What does that mean? Match, no match? That's probably what that means. In fact, non-match. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Matching, non-matching decisions. The maximum which sample and test matching, non-matching decisions. Got it. Okay, so they're deciding if it matches or if it doesn't. If it matches or if it doesn't. Got it. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Great. All right, let's go back. Where were we? Okay. We sought to understand where, when, and how the remembered sample stimulus and currently visible test stimulus are integrated to reach an M&M decision. We found that PFC functions as a candidate source of M&M decision signals. By contrast, LIP's role is more aligned with stimulus evaluation and short-term memory. And MIP primarily reflects premotor motor functions. See, and I think this is going to be fine. Okay, wait, let me just control F. Medial interparietal and lateral interparietal. Okay. Helps to further promote. Okay. I see. I see. Okay, so this is... Okay, that makes sense. And lateral. LIP and inactivation have been shown to influence spatial selection. So interesting. But also autistics perform differently in like word searches and like Where's Waldo. We're faster at Where's Waldo, and we have a different scanning pattern in our eyes. So if this is okay, interesting. So some of the differences then would be potentially, where were we? Where were we? I'm gonna go back down to here. Patterns in where, when, and how the remembered sample stimulus and currently visible test stimulus are integrated to reach a match no match decision. Got it. That PST functions as a candidate source for match no match decision signals. By contrast, lateral, what do we call this thing again? Lateral intraparietal area. The lateral intraparietal. Damn it. Intraparietal. Lateral intraparietal. Not you. Here. Okay, by contrast, lateral intraparietal's role is more aligned with stimulus evaluation and short-term memory. Okay, so then this looks different. The scanning is different. And MIP, medial intraparietal, primarily reflects premotor motor functions, which I think we can have intact and train. We also highlight, okay, I have other things I want to look at. Let's see. Parietal emergent evidence is linked processing in the inferior parietal lobe to declarative memory. Intraparietal, that's different. Or is it? Where are we? Intraparietal. Oh. Oh. Wait, what? Maybe that is what they're talking about. Hold on a second. Where's the inferior parietal lobe? Oh, see? Okay, so that's the inferior and that's they're right next to each other. Okay, interesting. Hmm. So this is different, is what we're saying. Huh. And they're saying they found huh. I gotta make some notes. Yes, there is a different scanning pattern in the eye. Do you want to see it? Oh, hang on. Edit, paste. Let me look in my history one sec. I gotta go find it. It was funny because like there's like, oh, you can find Waldo faster, and I did not get to save this because I think I played music during it, which is or no, I stopped streaming. But like basically like I was doing it and they're like, you know, you're faster at word searches. Like, oh, I found the word. Oh, okay. Or it was like a letter or something. And I was like, oh, I already found it. Okay, maybe you're right. And then they're like, and you're faster at where's Waldo? And I go over and I'm like, okay, here's a where's Waldo. Oh, there he is. Like it's like, oh, maybe you're right. Like I legit found it in like, you know, 2 seconds or some ridiculous thing, like basically 2 seconds. It was, or less. I'm not even sure. It was dumb. I was like, okay, I wish I had that on video. Okay, let's look up. I do autism. That might give me it. No. Well, it should be here somewhere. I'll find it. I do Waldo? Here we go. Why autistics are faster at solving where's Waldo? That one. And then there's one that showed like the search pattern. This isn't it. So our search path is different, basically. And then there's one that showed our search path. Let me try to find that. Hold on.
That's not it.
Here you go. Found it. Normal, autistic. And they're like, find the X in this figure, and I like found it immediately. I mean, I don't know if I can do it again because now I have like memory trying to fuck with me. Also, it's really tiny. How did I do this? Did I zoom in? I kind of can't see it because of how tiny it is. And I sort of remember where it was, so my brain is also messing with me. Yeah, my brain is messing with me because I sort of remember finding it before. And this is really small. Oh, found it. Here it is. Right there. I knew it was like in the bottom from memory. Well, less sudden leaps about the search base than is normal. So, yeah. Which would be dope because then you could like test for autism on a search pattern. Looking at eyeballs, which would be nice. In fact, let me go ahead and add this. I also sort of remember doing the search physically, which is interesting. There's like a motor memory there, which is what I think we need to anchor more of our efforts to consciously. Okay, where were we? Wow, this is from the 90s. Nonlinear mixed encoding of sample and test information. Magnitude latency format. Test period activity in LIP showed the strongest categorical encoding of both. Mm-hmm. Supraretinal memory of space. Complex and often indirect relationship to decision processes. Mm-hmm. This, okay, even within the motor, attempted to provide a thorough treatment of studies most relevant to disentangling, this is going to be super important for autism, disentangling sensory, cognitive, and motor factors. Yes. Okay. Let's get back to this one. Okay. Arise primarily from comparisons of the magnitude latency. What exactly does this mean here? Is it exactly the same as in music? Yeah, it would be like neural latency. Should just be that, right? Okay. All right. Showed the strongest categorical encoding in both the remembered sample and the currently visible test stimulus, consisting with it playing a primary role in representing the category, both visible and in the DMC test. LIP appears less directly involved than PSC, transforming categorical encodings into matched, non-matched decisions. This is supported by the longer latency selectivity in LIP compared with the PFC. Match, non-match selectivity. Match, non-match encoding in LIP may reflect input from higher critical areas such as PFC. Okay, so then PFC may be driving it. Right. Okay. TSC leads the match non-match decision, so it's still driving first. Match non-match selectivity of both spiking and LFP signals arose with a shorter latency in PSC than in both PPC areas. PFC neurons showed a relatively balanced preference for both matched and non-match, while LIP and MIP were biased toward preferring match conditions, which were accompanied by hand movements. Oh. Huh. Okay. Whoa. Wait a second here. So if PFC is... Wait. Huh. Response inhibition. And you're saying that autism is an excitatory inhibitory disorder somewhere else. Signaling imbalance. Whoa. Okay. Is it possible that like autistic preferences are even flowing out of this? Like, are we looking for... Huh. Relationships? In even way more abstract ways just because of this, potentially? Is that possible? Because if this is how we are constructing everything we're doing, and it gets more and more complex as humans are super complex when it comes to like what our brains are able to manipulate. If this behaves the same at like extremes of abstraction, then that seems like descriptive of what it would be doing, what's occurring. Okay, let me hold that, and then what is this? I need to understand the theory.
Good morning. I'm Tyler Martin, and here's the latest from Spectrum Autism Research. The Signaling Imbalance Theory of Autism Explained by Sarah DeWeert. One of the most popular theories of autism's origins suggests that the condition arises from a hyperexcitable brain. The autism brain may be overactive because of a signaling imbalance, too much excitatory signaling or too little inhibition. This may also explain why so many autistic people have seizures or epilepsy, which result from too much excitation. The hypothesis has garnered a large following over the years. Here we explain its appeal, tempered by the naysayers. What is balanced brain signaling? About 80% of neurons in the cerebral cortex, which covers the surface of the brain, transmit excitatory signals, primarily by releasing the neurotransmitter glutamate. The remaining 20%, known as interneurons, are inhibitory. They operate via gamma-aminobutyric acid, GABA. The proper balance of these two types of signals enables brain cells to be active in some circumstances and muted in others. This underlies the brain's ability to take in sensory information, learn, remember, and direct behavior. Why do scientists suspect a signaling imbalance in autism?
What side, bud?
Many autistic people have epilepsy, which results from too much excitation in the brain. Recordings of brain activity during sleep show that many people with autism have unusually frequent spikes of activity. Several mouse models of autism or related conditions also show signaling imbalances. Some have too few inhibitory neurons. Some children with autism seem to have low levels of GABA. Postmortem brain studies also point to a shortage of GABA-related molecules in the brains of autistic people, suggesting reduced GABA signaling. There is some genetic support for the theory too. Many autism genes, such as SHANK3 and NLGN1, are involved in excitatory signaling, and some in inhibitory signaling. How could a signaling imbalance lead to autism traits? Too much activity in motor brain circuits could contribute to the repetitive behaviors and motor problems in autistic people. In circuits that process sensory information, it might cause hypersensitivity to sound, touch, and other stimuli. A signaling imbalance could also underlie social problems, but the link is less direct. Inhibitory signals are thought to tune neurons to respond only to certain cues. Lack of inhibition could make it difficult for children to learn to interpret social cues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do all experts subscribe to this theory? No. Some are clearly skeptical, saying the evidence to support it is scattershot and is difficult to compare across studies. Others note that there is no consensus on what the right signaling balance is, much less on what it looks like when it's off kilter. The right balance of signals may vary from one person to the next, and may depend on age and part of the brain. There is some evidence that runs counter to the theory. For example, some studies hint at too much inhibition in autism. One study found an unusually high number of inhibitory neurons in postmortem autism brains, and another reported an unusually large proportion of GABA neurons among cells grown from autistic boys. However, some experts contend that too much inhibition may also be a problem, or that this inhibition may reflect a compensation for the excess excitation. In January, researchers reported a signaling imbalance in 4 mouse models of autism, but said the imbalance does not lead to overactive neurons or circuits. Either the brain compensates for the imbalance, or the imbalance is itself only a response to other problems. Either way, it would not cause autism. How might the theory lead to autism treatments? People with autism or related conditions may benefit from drugs that suppress excitation or boost inhibition. For example, an experimental drug called arbaclofen enhances inhibition and is in trials as a treatment for the condition. A study last year showed that a related drug, riluzole, boosts GABA levels in the brain in adult men with autism. Researchers are also testing the theory by manipulating.
Okay, that's enough of that. Temple Grandin is awesome. I want to read what she says because I like her a lot. One of the most debilitating symptoms for some children and adults with autism is sensory oversensitivity, for example, to loud noises or fluorescent lights. These oversensitivities, in fact, speaking of that, Sorry about that. I was just talking to myself. I don't know for how long. So I was just saying, like, so if my brain, I'm reading this, right? So basically it's saying, like, the problem is hey Jamie, I'll comment on that in a sec. Let me just finish my thought here of what I was reading. So, okay. Let me go back to what I grabbed. So then the PFC is likely site of match non-match computation in the DMC task, right? And what I think is happening here, if I could find it, hold on. Okay, previous studies using a delayed match to sample task rather than the categorization task used in our study reported that some MT neurons activity was suppressed on match trials, and that match suppression in MT emerges with a short latency than non-match selective in PFC. This suggests that a distributed network, including both PFC and early sensory cortex, might be involved in sequential decisions. So that's one thing that I think I have issues with. The other thing is that PFC neurons showed a relatively balanced preference for both match and non-match, while LIP and MIP, is which I think I'm using instead of PFC, like PFC is not talking to them somehow, were biased toward preferring match conditions, which were accompanied by hand movements. Balanced match-non-match representation in PFC suggests it is more likely to reflect the abstract match-non-match decision rather than preparatory motor activity, and we're moving a lot, right? Furthermore, those PFC neurons responding more strongly to non-matching test stimuli may be involved in PFC's established role in response inhibition, withholding a motor response on non-match trials. So, like, there's this idea that autism is a too much excitatory stuff and not enough inhibition, or some issue between those two. So we don't have enough inhibition / we have too much excitation. So look, walk with me here. So what could be happening if you can take this as something much more abstract than what these trials are working with, and take it to me, I cannot, this is why I'm saying, like, dysprioria makes sense as a thing. I cannot look at basically, like, saying, like, is this relevant to this, right? Like, is this important? I'm like, well, I can see how it is, though. Like, my brain can tell me all the ways that it could be important. It doesn't tell me why it isn't important. Wouldn't that be a super, super abstracted version of what they're telling me? So is this my autism? These results are suggestive of an abstract match-non-match decision process in PFC that intervenes between stimulus evaluation, motion categorization in areas like LIP, and motor planning in areas like MIP. So if it doesn't intervene, what happens? If these are biased towards match conditions, if what I have to work with is biased towards match conditions. So what if I am too good at seeing how things are similar? So that if you ask me to, like, prioritize, I'm like, but I don't see enough, I can't make that decision. because you asked me to look for this kind of information, and I can find it in all these ways, and I'm also aware of like my limitations in my perception. So it's like it all like logically speaking, my argument's not wrong. So then wouldn't that lead to more development of logic, development of like the ability to construct a complex model to assess it that way if I have no ability to just say like, oh, that's not what you asked me for? Okay, let me get caught up. Still suffering fallout from the other day, people. I'm still here. Could tell at work today like it's because you're not what? No, that's not the reason. That's a very inappropriate comment. I mean, but Jamie, okay, so she was making a social comment that wasn't an argument. She's wrong, but she's making a social comment, and even in so much as you can train female people to have to do that sort of thing, it's just, yeah, it's just not, no. She's wrong, but she wasn't making an argument on neuroscience, right? Is it an effort level, attention, hold, and calculation on whether the outcome is important enough to bother? Oh, what I'm reading? That's like me with choosing a video game where it's the same time expense no matter which game I choose. So it's really the hour that matters, not the game. So it could be any game. Yeah, because you can see how all of the games meet the requirements of what you were looking for. Like, right? Like if I gave you basically gave yourself a searching task, right? Like, I'm looking for this kind of thing. I'm like, oh, well, they all fit the requirement. And I think we see more things as fitting the requirement. Yeah, this also affects my reaction to win-lose because the time condition, whether I won or lost, doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah, so I think autism, what we may have in common across presentations and what's getting us our diagnosis could be this. And then it gets all over the place, right? We have many ways that our brains can develop depending on other factors to compensate. And we should more intentionally develop ways that are effective and accessible, and also recognize when somebody has another impairment that makes one avenue of compensation unreliable, unrealistic, or unavailable. Anyways, yeah, your sex, it's neuro-related depending on variable daily stuff. I absolutely think so. And I think you're also just like, you're adjusting. You're also like adjusting to the possibility of like an outcome with a doctor where it's like, okay, like I'm going to be starting medication soon. And if that happens, then we may have an experience where I'm going to have a big change in how I perceive the world. That's a big deal. So you could be thinking about all that and processing that in the background too. Because other people playing the games who put such value on winning and pressure me, I don't get. So it's hard to fit in. Yeah, and like I would assume you enjoy, I'm gonna make an assumption and let me know if it's off. I would assume you enjoy just developing the skill, like even the motor skill, all the tiny motor skills, like everything that is guiding motion. Like each game you are working on those sorts of skills, and I assume you find that part enjoyable. And you can see at the end of the day, the more that you work on those skills, you're just going to get better relative to yourself. And that's more interesting than anything else, because then like you get to see the thing that is you develop something it didn't have before and refine what it did have to be more efficient, effective, coordinated. Like that's interesting, right? Like that's super, I mean, obviously ballet, so the way that I'm talking is coming out of my experience with it in ballet, but does that hit for you? Does that also relate to your experience of it? Because one thing you could say to people is like, I'm just competing with myself. Like be like, hey, it's cool that you're into winning and losing. Obviously, like, say this in your own voice with your own tone. You don't have to be like, hey, I sound like Jane. But be like, just so you understand me better. I'm really competing with myself. I find that process super satisfying. So I'm not that into caring if I win or lose relative to this particular game. I'm just working on me. And then people can understand why you're there a little bit better and can like not worry about you fitting in. I think for us as autistics, what we should, well, first of all, anybody who's neurodevelopmentally different in such a way that our behavior is noticeable in social contexts, what we ought to lead with is saying like, hey, so my brain's different. It changes my motivations. It changes my goals. And it changes like how I'm going to be acting in a social situation. We're about to be in a social situation, or we are in a social situation. I just want to be more predictable to you so that you're like, what the heck is that? So I don't want to be distracting. If you notice something different, my brain works really differently, and I really enjoy being here, maybe for slightly different reasons, but I don't want to mess up your enjoyment. Like, you know, I want to make a win-win. So if you say that to people, it's not so much about fitting in. It's giving them an opportunity to expand their definition of who can fit into the space. So they may not have thought of people like us. Probably they haven't, because there's not that many of us. So you're asking them to be a cool person. And the vast majority of people will want to do that. They'll be like, oh, I have a chance to be cool? Yeah, I'll be cool. And you can also lead questions with, would you mind? Because that gets them into thinking like, am I the kind of person that would mind that? And usually, even if they're not sure if they mind it or not yet, they'll be like, yeah, but that's the kind of person I want to be. So yeah, I don't mind. No, you're cool. You know what, Jamie, I just want to give you feedback about how you did there. You pivoted to my topic. I was able to bridge it with some of your examples, but that was a contribution to my topic. It was I like that you noticed that it was a little bit of a tangent, but you also, I want you to notice that you made efforts to catch up to what I was talking about and then add to it. That was great. And again, like, I know that this chat setting is very weird, but for us as autistics, one of the main skills I think we should work on is like, it's not reading the room. It's like being aware that we can be part of something when we enter a room, which I think a lot of times we're not, because we didn't have that available to us growing up, and we still don't have a reliable approach to tell people that's what we're interested in, and we can get, once again, not fitting in, But I think this can change, and I think we're working on that skill right now, and you did a great job. Okay, let's keep reading this then. Cortical neurons have been shown to encode mixed representations of multiple task variables during cognitively demanding tasks. Okay, and nonlinear mixed selectivity in PFC has been particularly emphasized as an important mechanism for cognitive computations, and it's broken in me, I bet. Specifically, NMS can potentially nonlinear mixed selectivity. I gotta learn more about that. Do I want to do that right now? Not really, but I also should. Okay. A single neuron selectivity for a given stimulus dependent often changes depending on its context, a phenomenon known as nonlinear mixed selectivity. Okay, I was going to need to know that. Ooh, neuronal activity in the brain is variable, yet both perception and behavior are generally reliable. And what does it look like when yours is reliable relative to yourself, but not what other people typically do? So then they're like, huh? Like, I think that's sort of our vibe as an autistic person, potentially. Cool. So then our brain is still, this is the I am not a duck thing, right? Like for a not duck, I make a lot of sense. For a duck, I don't. Cool. All right. Okay. Has been particularly emphasized as an important mechanism for cognitive computations. Nonlinear mixed selectivity in PFC. Interesting. Oh, is that broken in me? Wait, maybe I'm wrong about the duck thing. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Well, maybe that is broken. Maybe we're not, well, we're kind of reliable though. I mean, we can only get so what variable though? Huh? This is past my pay grade. No idea what I'm reading. That's okay. We'll just kind of do our best with this part. Let me read that again. Cortical neurons have been shown to encode mixed representations of multiple task variables during cognitively demanding tasks. And nonlinear mixed selectivity in PSC has been particularly emphasized as an important mechanism for cognitive computation. Specifically, NMS non-mixed selectivity can potentially facilitate a linear readout of task variables. What? And the strength of NMS is correlated with the subject's behavior. What? Our observation of nonlinear integrative encoding in PFC may be related to recent experimental and theoretical work on MMS and PFC. Our results suggest that the way in which task variables are integrated, i.e. linear versus nonlinear, differs between cortical... What? Our results suggest that the way in which task variables are integrated, linear versus nonlinear, which I'm very interested in, differs between cortical areas, and such differences potentially give insights into underlying functions of each area. This is what I want. We found that test period encoding of the remembered and currently visible stimuli were integrated or mixed in both LIP and PFC, but in different ways. In LIP, the linearly integrated encoding of sample and test information could faithfully encode stimulus information and facilitate downstream readout of both variables, which is in accordance with LIP's role in evaluating sensory stimuli. In contrast to LIP, sample and test category selectivity was more nonlinearly integrated in PFC, and such nonlinear integrative encoding was correlated with monkeys' non-match decisions. These results build on extend previous findings and suggest that nonlinear integrative encoding in PFC is a key mechanism for manipulating the encoding of sensory stimuli and items in working memory to form decision-related match-non-match representations. Yeah, I still think this part's busted. Our results are consistent with the idea that mixed integrative encoding in PFC and LIP may relate to the core functions of each area during the DMC, it's a matching task. In areas closer to sensory input, such as LIP, linear integrative encoding may support independent encoding of visible and remembered stimulus features. This part's past me, but that's okay. In areas more associated with cognitive or task related functions such as PFC, NMS may facilitate the integration of task relevant variables in order to satisfy the integration of task relevant variables in order to satisfy the task demands. I don't think this works right on my brain. In my brain, despite neurophysiology, the PSC neurons non-linearly mix integrate information, a mechanistic circuit level understanding of how they do so has remained elusive. Study my brain. Here we extended a burgeoning class of model system, artificial RNNs trained to perform cognitive tasks to explore the mechanisms for and importance of such nonlinear integration during decision making. Several recent efforts have successfully trained such biologically inspired RNNs with multiple modules. That's cool. Inspired by these, we trained a population of hierarchical modular RNNs, the lower corresponding with LAP and the higher with PSC, to perform the DMC task. The units of our two module RNNs exhibited highly similar patterns of activity as in neuronal physiology data, including both the key features of information encoding within either LAP or PSC and the functional difference between LAP and PSC. Further studies with RNNs that include more realistic motor output modules will likely be useful for understanding how decisions are transformed into specific actions. These RNN models' primary benefits are twofold. First, they offer full Am I broken? Wait, what happened? Oh, no. Oh, yeah. No, I am broken. Sorry, I thought that my stream was broken. I'm just generally broken. I'm just broken in my brain. Whee! I'm compensatorily ultra functional in some areas. I just can't use them very well right now. So I'm trying to fix that. Okay, these RNN models are twofold. First, they offer full knowledge of network connectivity, and second, they facilitate causal perturbations. Oh wow, I kind of know what that means, but I just should be just what? Changes, right? What? Permutations, perturbations, what should be like? Damn you. Agitation, right? Disturbance of motion, course arrangement. Yeah. Okay. Great. QL. Good enough. Okay. They facilitate causal perturbations analogous to those used in experimental preparations. Using the RNN synaptic connectivity matrices, we first identified a relation between neuronal connectivity and nonlinear integration. Relative to PST module units that more linearly integrated sample task category information, nonlinear integrated, were more strongly connected to inputs, outputs. What? Hang on. So I didn't need to read that. Relative to PST module units that more linearly integrated sample task category information, nonlinear integrative units in the PST module were more strongly connected to inputs, outputs, and with one another. This suggests that PSC NINs might serve as hubs for information integration and transformation to solve cognitive tasks. We also extended causal approaches used in neuroscience experiments to provide important insights into the mechanisms underlying match-non-match computation. And the role of nonlinear integration in the trained RNNs. In vivo, perturbations of neuronal activity, connectivity are usually targeted based on features like anatomy or genetic identity. Here we adopted an alternative targeting approach, selectively gradually silencing the activity of artificial units based on the extent to which they show a particular pattern of information encoding, in this case nonlinear integration of sequentially presented stimuli, and ablating connections based on the identities of the ablating means not stopping, right? Removing, eroding, vapor, chipping away, erosive. Okay, got it. And ablating connections based on, that's the type of remove. Okay, got it. Okay. Based on the identities of the pre and postsynaptic modules. Using this type of functional targeting, we first examined the functional interaction between LIP and PSC modules, finding the match-non-match selectivity in the LIP module was significantly modulated by top-down input from the PSC module. And if that's busted, what happens? Second, we validated the necessity of nonlinear integrative encoding for mediating the match-non-match decision during the DMC task. These are important complements to our experimental results, which demonstrate correlations between the activity of different neurons in PSC LIP with monkeys, trial-by-trial decisions, and make predictions which can guide future experiments and data analysis. Okay. Where are we? Critically, however, we note that not all of the approaches we tried for enforcing modularity by constraining connectivity resulted in networks that exhibited functionally modular solutions to the DMC task. We found that when the criteria that define which neurons can send or receive out of module connections are too restrictive, for example, networks are not allowed sufficient flexibility in how they communicate information between modules. In this regime, networks can be pushed to solve tasks within one module rather than effectively modularizing the computation across all the modules and thus appear modular in structure but not in function. Careful verification that modular connectivity also results in modular computation through analysis of RNN activity and encoding will therefore be essential when using multi-module RNN models and studying neural processes distributed across multiple brain regions. In our experiments, we found parsimony to be a useful principle. Oh boy. Again, not this one's, I don't got it. It's not in my brain anymore. Hold on. Parsimony. Extreme willingness to spend money or, okay, got it. to be a useful principle in obtaining functionally modular networks and had the most success using a simple set of constraints. Sparser connections between modules than within modules, with inhibitory connections restricted to within module targets. Although we also explored additional restrictions on how modules communicate. Yeah, I think there's a communication issue in my brain, that's for sure, including the prohibition of direct connections between units receiving external sensory inputs and units projecting to the network's behavioral output. These additional restrictions did not help to yield networks matching the key features of the neural data in the current study. It will be important to extend this work to examine the roles played by a wider network of cortical and subcortical areas in sequential decisions. This includes premotor cortex, which shows decision-related activity during a shape cat versus dog DMC task. Really? Interesting. Huh. That's very interesting. Again, how abstract does this go? Because if it goes as abstract as I would like it to, then this could have answers as well. That this is intact. And how we're making decisions. And why we're good at Where's Waldo. If you want me to exactly match a shape, I think I can answer that and make that decision. Interesting. I don't know. Okay. Let me go back. Okay. I was about to say, how abstract does this go? An abstract decision task. These are shape tasks. I'm telling you, they're shape complexity. Time is complexity, and complexity is shape. Shape dynamics. Shape is more important than scale. Shape is more important than labels. So, for example, if you see a tiny chair that's in a dollhouse and you see a chair, we care about the shape. We classify by shape. We don't classify by size or scale or even function. Shape. We care about shape. We care about like this and this and this and this are clearly sharing the same relationship. And over here, they are not. The exact relationship, the precise relationship, the shape. As well as subcortical structures such as basal ganglia. Ooh, basal ganglia. That's autism stuff too. And thalamus. I don't know about that one. Future studies need to conduct large-scale simultaneous recordings from multiple brain areas to characterize the real-time functional interactions among the brain as well as extend. Put me in those future studies. Thank you. That would be super dope. Okay. Okay. Fascinating. Okay, let me go. What do we got here? I don't know enough about RNN to even mess around with that. That's fascinating that they did that. Like, wow. My dad's listening to something. QL. Neato. Okay, cool. That was fun. All right, I got that one in my stuff too. Okay, let's go back to where were we? Yeah, we started over here. I'm gonna finish this paper. I also kind of need to pee, but not yet. Okay, how far am I? Oh, not very far. Okay, actually, wait. Let me. How far do we have to go? Because sometimes it's just like a whole, well, shit. I'm like, maybe it's just a lot of... Oh, there we go. No, there's a lot. Yeah, okay. A lot of references, a lot of stuff. Okay, cool. We're not that far off. I can finish this during today. Plus, I'm just like, this is for work. I'm getting I'm applying this to work, so I'm okay. This is my work hours now. Yay. I just realized I just figured out how to get paid to do this. Woohoo! Another animals are able to consider stochastic. Okay. Okay, natural humans are able to consider stochastic outcomes when planning. Studies on the control of eye and arm movements have provided particularly striking demonstrations of stochastic internal so-called forward models underlying motor planning. Thus, planning in the brain must be closed loop, at least when necessary, an assumption typically incorporated in computational models of planning. Nevertheless, in some tasks with deterministic outcomes, neural data suggests that entire sequences of actions may be planned in advance. For instance, when monkeys are asked to plan a sequence of actions to achieve a goal, recordings from the lateral PFC during the preparatory phase of the sequential decision task contain information about the entire planned sequence of actions. Yep. I don't have that. I'm positive I don't. Or it's really weird. Even when the plan sequence involves mistakes. What? No! Why would you... What? You can encode mistakes? Why would you do that? Why? No. The shape matters too much. No, no, no. You can't encode mistakes. Bullshit. Only correct things. Correct things only. No mistakes. I was like, is this autism? Are you describing autism maybe? Is this autism? Okay. Am I reading about my brain? Okay. Damn. Given the important consequences of the type of internal model for narrowing the space, let's go for like 20 more minutes. Or no, 10 more minutes. Let's do 10 more minutes and then I'll take a break. Okay. Given the important consequences of the given the important consequences of the type of internal model for narrowing the space of possible planning algorithms, it is surprising how little direct evidence there is in favor of either deterministic or stochastic models. Part of this difficulty arises from the fact that the alignment between open versus closed loop deterministic versus stochastic models is not perfect. For instance, a deterministic model may be... When is this from again? I forgot. I've been reading too many things and I don't remember. Oh, it's really, really recent. That's right. Okay. That's good. It's like last year. Basically, exactly, almost. Wait, nope, I missed it. Did I lose my highlight? Oh, I think I did. No. I tried to highlight to know where I was. Huh? Wait, what? I'm not there yet, am I? What? Where am I? I'm lost. No. Huh? Did I mess up? Did I goof? Did I goof? I think I goofed. Huh? I started up here somewhere. Huh? Huh? What? Huh? I lost where I was. Oh no. No. Damn it. Okay. Here it is. Got it. Even when the plan season involved mistakes. This is just the monkeys develop. Okay, gotcha. Similarly, even if okay, here we go. It is surprising how little direct evidence there is. Part of this difficulty arises from the fact that the alignment between open and versus closed loop deterministic versus stochastic models is not perfect. For instance, a deterministic model may be used to replan in every time step. What? Time step? I don't know. Okay, I don't have time for that. Similarly, even if suboptimal, a stochastic model may be used to commit to a sequence of actions and produce open loop behavior, either because a sample model is used or because an action sequence is evaluated at once as a chunk, as we discussed below. Thus, examining only if behavior is open loop or closed loop is not sufficient for inferring the type of internal model used. Sure. To obtain the required evidence, one should not only use tasks with stochastic transitions, which can only be faithfully captured by a stochastic internal model, but also particularly tasks in which open and closed loop planning differ in the values they compute and thus the actions they favor. Cool. This would then allow distinguishing between these planning strategies and conversely between types of internal models by measuring the extent to which the actions or values of each is reflected in overt behavior or correlated with neural activity, respectively. Okay, kind of get that. In addition to the deterministic versus stochastic distinction, internal models can also vary in terms of the time scale on which their output is expressed. Sure. For example, the action of donating to charity can have an immediate negative outcome for one's bank account and a delayed positive outcome for one's level of happiness. However, choosing the right timescale for predictions is non-trivial. The successor representation offers a principled solution to this problem by actually sidestepping the need to commit to one particular timescale and instead providing blended predictions including all timescales with larger weights given to imminent versus distant outcomes. What part of your brain takes care of that? Because I don't think I got that either. Such a representation allows multi-step planning tasks to be solved using a single-step algorithm, greatly reducing the computational complexity of planning. The SR, that's their successor representation, has found some support in behavioral studies with humans and has also been argued to explain distortions in the response of hippocampal place cells that arise after extensive experience. Interesting. That I'm a little more hip to. Hip to? Get it? Hippocamp. Okay. Interesting. Whereas planning with the SR is theoretically simple, replanning can be sometimes challenging because of the fact that the predictions of longer horizon outcomes implicitly depend on the agent's previous policy. This inconvenience can be corrected by allowing the previous policy to exert only a weak bias on the inferred action values. Okay, great. Finally, internal models can also vary in terms of how much states are abstracted away from raw observations. Yes, this is particularly relevant in problems with partial observability, where states and observations might not coincide. Yep. For instance, a planning agent in a video game task can use states expressed directly in terms of a vector of pixel values or expressed in more abstract terms of the physical parameters of objects. Recent work has proposed that internal models in human planning might use an abstraction that merges microscopic states, i.e. states closer to raw observation when they have similar future consequences. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Interesting. So then I have a question. Does that have any relevance to what I was reading in that last paper where it would mean that similar future consequences is the match game? So how do you discriminate between the non-matches, and is it possible for somebody to, if it's overexcitability, potentially like overmatching, like not discriminating enough? And can you fix that by going into this motor idea of like exact match, motor planning and exact match? Is that a thing? The second major, maybe it is. Ballet would be interesting because you're trying to make your body be an exact match. Because there's a goal that you're supposed to look like in ballet, and then you want to get as close to that as possible. And everything that isn't an exact match is a non-match. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Design choice, order of computation model. Could that be why like autistic people can be good artists without a whole ton of training? Like we look for exact match. Did anybody else do tracing paper as like a way to learn to draw? Because I did. I was like, ooh, I want to do that exactly. And I loved tracing. I did that on comic books. The second, with like comic book artists I liked. Okay. The second major way in which planning algorithms differ is in terms of which actions are evaluated and in what order. Okay, that is, once the form of the internal model is determined, one must specify the inputs with which the model is interrogated. Yeah. The iterative selection of actions to evaluate amounts to computing a decision tree from the iterative selection of actions. To compute amounts to computing a decision tree from the internal model. What? That's a really weird sentence. The iterative selection of actions. Wait. The iterative selection of actions to evaluate amounts to. God, they've done this before. Or I've read this before. I can't remember. Maybe I've read this before. I hate this amount. I hate this sentence. I've been on the sentence before. I went backwards. That's right. The iterative selection of actions to evaluate amounts to computing a decision tree from the internal model. This is the worst sentence I've ever read. Evaluate. It's just terrible. Okay. The iterative selection of actions to evaluate amounts to computing a decision tree from the internal model. Technically, I think I just did what they were talking about, though, so that's meta. All right, I have to take a quick break. I put music on during the break. I have to pee. All right, I'll be right back. Sorry. Oh, I don't know what happened here. The label is like empty. It doesn't say. Well, no, it says at the bottom. Oh, sell by March 29th. I mean, I got them yesterday. Alright, I'm back. Let's continue. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, I'm gonna turn this off. I don't wanna... Okay, we're back. We're back to reading a paper. Yay, so much fun. Okay. Some work... Second major in which plant... Okay, order of computation, model input. Oh, design choice 2. That was design choice 1. Design choice 1 is internal model type. Got it. Cool. Design choice 2 is a thing. Order of computation, model input. The second major way in which planning algorithms differ is in terms of which actions are evaluated in what order. That is, once the form of the internal model is determined, one must specify the inputs with which the model is interrogated. Yes. The iterative selection of actions to evaluate amounts to computing... God damn it. The iterative selection of actions to evaluate amounts to computing a decision tree from the internal model. A decision tree has an initial state as the root node, actions represented as branches, and the states reachable from the initial state according to the internal model represented as leaf nodes. Each leaf node can then be recursively expanded according to a strategy-specific algorithm. Starting from a root node, okay, yeah, expansion of a decision tree. Yeah, okay. Got it. Okay, exhaustive planning. Do I have to skip this or do I need to? I've already read this part before. I don't want to do it again. Yeah, okay, we got that. Pruning, whereby, yeah, we got the pruning, we got the, and the chunking. Multiple actions are clustered into an option. Chunking, pruning is getting rid of stuff you're not using. Truncation is agreeing to stop at a certain point of your tree. And chunking, okay. Exhaustive planning, evaluating all branches, actions, sequence of the decision tree is impractical in all but the simplest settings, as it typically requires vast amounts of computational resources. Imagine evaluating all possible outcomes in chess, i.e. all board configurations, and even in settings where that might be possible, it is often important that the inputs to the model, the actions or action sequences to be evaluated, are ordered appropriately so that the best outcome can be achieved with minimal amounts of time and computation. In the decision tree framework, this prioritization is expressed in terms of how the algorithm chooses the root node first and the leaf nodes to be expanded subsequently. A fundamental distinction along this dimension is that between uninformed and informed algorithms, according to whether or not they make A fundamental distinction along this dimension is that between uninformed and informed algorithms, according to whether or not they make these choices based on estimating how favorable a particular branch of the decision tree is in terms of cumulative rewards or costs. If the expansion of nodes of the decision tree is not guided by estimates of favorability, planning is uninformed or unfocused and amounts to systematically expanding nodes of the decision tree according to some predetermined schedule or strategy. Right. For example, uninformed algorithms may start from the current state and iteratively expand the shallowest expanded node, a strategy known as breadth first search, or alternatively expand the deepest unexpanded node, strategy known as depth first search. These algorithms are particularly relevant when the internal model is deterministic. And the task is defined in terms of a discrete goal state, e.g. winning the game or reaching a goal location. The setting of classical planning in such cases, these algorithms are sometimes called blind search because of the way they behave. The expansion of the tree happens without any knowledge of the goal location, and once the goal state is reached, a solution is identified, and the search process may be halted. You kind of do this in Minesweeper. You could be like start in one space and go out, or you could go down one. Yeah. In addition to, it's not a great perfect example, but I was just thinking about that. Oh wait. Sorry. Okay, got it. Sorry, my brain is like doing a whole bunch of stuff. 1 second. Right. Uh-huh. In such cases, these algorithms are sometimes called blind search because of the way they behave. The expansion of the tree happens without any knowledge of the goal location, and once the goal state is reached, a solution is identified, and the search process may be halted. In addition to expanding forward from the current state, search algorithms may also expand backward from the goal state or expand simultaneously in both directions. Right. Yep. Got it. One of the most effective approaches in AI is to use the agent's current state as the root node because of its imminent relevance and expand from there only up to a limited depth, a strategy known as look ahead. When expansion is truncated in this way, action values are, and truncation is here, action values are computed by summing the reward or cost accrued up to the truncated state with the heuristic value of the truncated state, which serves as a stand-in for the reward or cost to be accrued thereafter. See below. In board games such as chess, rather than evaluating entire sequences of actions until the end of the game, an algorithm might evaluate a given action by assessing the predicted state of the game after a few moves, using a static evaluator that counts a different number of pieces on the board as a heuristic, a stand-in for the likelihood of victory. In general, the deeper the look ahead is, the better the corresponding approximations are, but also the slower the planning process becomes. An extreme version of look ahead is to expand a single step decision tree, i.e. evaluating an action in terms of its immediate outcomes. This strategy is particularly fruitful in stochastic environments where algorithms can improve the agent's policy by expanding a large number of such single step trees, starting from all possible states, as in dynamic programming algorithms such as value iteration or policy iteration, or from a random sample of states, as in the DynaQ algorithm. If exhaustive planning is, I don't know what that is, and that's okay. If exhaustive planning is rarely possible in artificial agents, it ought to be even less likely in biological agents, where the rate of evaluation is thought to be much lower. Yes, indeed, a common observation in behavioral studies of planning is that humans often use look ahead to prioritize computation when making a decision. The typical depth of expansion in humans found across multiple behavioral studies is approximately 3 to 6 steps. And is that different in autism? I don't know. Actually, I wonder if somebody's ever written that out. No. God, I hate how crappy these are. Such a downgrade from reading a paper to trying to go to things that are supposed to help people. No, thank you. That's pretty old. Okay, this is up to date and not garbage. Cool. This post is part of a 2-month damn it, a 2-month series exploring neurodivergent experiences of nonlinear time, supported by the Canada Council for the Arts. That's dope. That's sick. This looks great. Wow. Week 1, making time through practices on patterns, on waiting, on ruins. Ooh, this looks great. Huh. Yeah, this is gonna be good for me. Okay, alright. It ought to be even less likely in biology. Where were we? Look ahead. Okay. Subjects trade off expansion depth. Oh yeah, the typical depth of expansion in humans found across multiple behavioral studies is approximately 3 to 6 steps. Let me grab this and look at this. Planning in the brain. Wait, that's the one I'm already on. God damn you. What? Why did you take me there? Am I just ending up in an infinite loop? God damn it. I have to go to your... Okay. Got it. I have to go here. There. Let's see. See if I can find this for ADHD. It's got to be shorter than autism. I would think the same. Whatever. Okay, I'm not even gonna worry about this. Okay. I thought I knew what they were talking about, but I'm not seeing something familiar here. What about this one? Oh, great. Okay, cool. That doesn't work. This is not helpful. Okay, it's fine. I believe them and I think I know what they're talking about, but I'm not sure. Okay. Okay, yet even within a single task and subject, expansion depth is not a completely fixed algorithmic property, but rather variable according to immediate needs. Subjects trade off expansion depth with the frequency of recomputation, arbitrating between a shallow look ahead after each action or a deeper look ahead, pre-committing to a short action sequence every few actions. Ooh, wouldn't I be biased towards a deeper look ahead if I don't reject things as much based on a shape that I find the most compelling? That could explain how I think. As a compensation for not being able to hold as much in my head as options, I commit to a good look ahead, which is only possible through doing that process a lot on my own, maybe. Computational budget that can be reallocated based on task demands. In line with this hypothesis, increased time pressure tends to result in a shallower look ahead because it takes longer to do the deep one, obviously. A deeper expansion leads to more accurate evaluations. What if when I try to do the shallow one, I can't? Like my results just get worse and worse and worse because I feel more and more pressure. Like there's more of an emergency signal going on. So this is where I'm like, so maybe that shallower look ahead is impaired. And I can't do breath for that reason. And that's why we have the deep interests even reflected in our traits so much that it becomes like our personality. The depth is approximately 3 to 6 steps. I'm not sure how that would impact that then if this thing I'm saying now is more accurate or closer to helpful in modeling this in like a practical way. Like how does this apply to life? Pointing to the existence of some type of computational budget that can be reallocated based on task demands, if you can. In line with this hypothesis, increased time pressure tends to result in a shallower look ahead. We're talking about time blindness potentially, right? Wouldn't time blindness allow you? Wouldn't well, I wouldn't even say time blindness. Wouldn't like an abnormal response to time pressure? You either overestimate it, you're overexcited, or you have to ignore it. Like if you try to if you try to pay attention to time, it like creates problems for you, so then it's better not to. Right. Interesting. Okay. What does that mean for time cells? Okay. I'm collapsing a lot of stuff together. Okay. Alrighty. Keep reading. Alright. This is good. Okay. To better prioritize. Oh, I'm going to read this again. To better fuck. Okay. Let me just put this in this area because I know that this is relevant now. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Paste. Okay. Better prioritize a limited computational budget. Informed or focused planning algorithms leverage estimates of the favorability of branches for choosing where to expand the decision tree. These estimates are typically obtained by using a heuristic, a quick and dirty estimate of the distance or cost separating a state from a goal state, or of the cumulative expected to follow from a state, and in fact the same value used as a stand-in when truncating the decision tree in look-ahead algorithms. Oh. Huh. By using a heuristic, informed planning algorithms are able to focus computation on promising states and actions, or conversely prune unpromising parts of the decision tree. Merlin, this prioritizes... dang it. Saves vast amounts of... okay, you want to go outside? Saves vast amounts of computation. For example, when planning a route between New York and San Diego, heuristics can prevent the evaluation of routes through Montreal that might have been considered by uninformed methods. Indeed, most uninformed algorithms have an informed counterpart which can achieve more efficient results by using heuristic to focus computations. For instance, that's really strange. Strange. But that's matching. You're trying to find something that looks like the shortest line, right? Huh? Isn't that exact matching, potentially? I don't know. Okay. Wait, what? The goal state is the line being the shortest. And then you're estimating that. Are they aware of this in this paper, or are they not? I'm not sure. Huh? Why would... okay. The most straightforward heuristic-based algorithm for deterministic environments, best first search, improves upon breadth first search by selecting nodes to expand greedily based on the heuristic value. But you aren't even doing that in your example. In your example, you already have a line in your head. And then you look at the roads and you try to pick the one that's closest to the straight line. Huh? I don't think they know that. Do they know? An even more effective approach, formalized in the highly successful A-star search algorithm, is to select nodes based not only on the heuristic value of the candidate node, but also, what is the candidate node for you in that example, though? Also on the cost separating the root and the candidate node. The root, yeah, okay, sure, right. This algorithm, in fact, forms the basis of many contemporary route planning services, such as that using Google Maps. Okay, right. Heuristics are also incredibly useful for focusing computation in stochastic environment. Maybe I'm just not getting this. Classical examples of informed algorithms that can be deployed with either deterministic or stochastic models are async. Focus version of conventional dynamic program. Yeah, this is past me. Prioritized sweeping. Is an algorithm commonly used in board games that values actions iteratively. I don't see why you wouldn't always use this A-star search algorithm. Wouldn't that be what you do? I don't understand how you wouldn't do that here. That seems automatic to me. It's very strange. Given the high performance and accuracy, like, how would you not think that way as a person, as a human? You wouldn't do it as well as, like, Google Maps, but... Given the high performance and accuracy of informed algorithms in AI, one might expect that biological organisms might use similar strategies when planning. Yes. A good example of this is the widespread use of Euclidean distance-based heuristic in animal and human navigation, putatively underpinned by the active maintenance and updating of Euclidean distance to the goal by the hippocampal formation. What? Yeah, that's what I thought you were saying. Okay. We just mean that. That's what I was saying. Okay, so then maybe I'm just following along, but I'm a little ahead of them. Right. What? Why would you need to... What? Wait, what? Wait. Why would you need to update it if you're... I'm confused. Wouldn't that be expensive? Typically avoid selecting a sequence of actions potentially leading to a transient large loss, even when considering the full set of future outcomes that could lead to a larger gain. Right, because we don't know what else is going to go wrong. This suggests that subjects prune entire branches of the tree during planning. Uh-huh. Transient to prune, but... What if you can't do that? Another way to alleviate the computational burden of planning by well-chosen inputs is to combine a sequence of actions into units, sometimes called options, and that can then be evaluated as an individual model input. In AI, options have played a key role in speeding up reinforcement learning and planning, becoming one of the key research areas for developing autonomous agents. The challenge, of course, is to define such options in a way that proves useful. In humans, options also appear to play a key role in planning. In particular, actions that have consistently followed from one another are chunked as a unit that can be later evaluated independently. Mechanism has been hypothesized to give rise to habits. For example, a detailed... Once a series of actions have been combined into a chunk, their computed values can be stored and later reused, a strategy known as memorization. Planning by prioritizing the inputs to the model in humans. However, the results above also highlight an intrinsic difficulty in discovering the specific planning algorithms used by biological agents. Sometimes multiple algorithms with very different inner workings predict similar, if not identical, behavioral responses. Right. Additionally, sometimes one strategy may masquerade as another. Right. E.g., best first search may indirectly implement pruning. Since expanding greedily generally amounts to not expanding paths beyond a large loss. To overcome this limitation, rather than focusing only on the output behavior, the end result of the algorithm, one can attempt to observe the algorithm at work by directly recording neural activity associated with latent variables, which I'm really interested in. Yeah, okay. I agree. Right. Okay. As an example, I'm almost done, I think. Oh wait, no. Actually, I mean, I can keep going. As an example, this is cool. I found a way to get paid to do this. I just realized that. Because I'm applying this to my work. Yeah, as an example. Different branches of the tree are evaluated serially or in parallel. This distinction is less relevant to AI because neural perspective. Yeah, they need to serialize. In biological organisms, however, the distinction is important to consider as it constrains the type of circuits capable of implementing planning. Interestingly, many computational models typically assume that multiple options can be evaluated in parallel. But neural data might suggest otherwise. In a task involving multi-attribute choice, recordings from OFC neurons in non-human primates correlate primarily with the value of the currently fixated option rather than all options, representing different values as the focus of attention is shifted. This pattern of results also mimics the finding that OFC primarily represents the value of the attended option at any given time. While these tasks do not... Wait, what was OFC again? I forgot what they were doing there. Wait, am I on the wrong thing? I think I am. Wait, huh? How do I do a find window? I used to know. What? Have I forgotten how to do a find window? God damn it. I think I have. What? I forgot how to do find. Damn it. Control F. There we go. Primate orbifrontal cortex. Okay. Signals related to expected reward. A subregion of the PFC. Activation of OFC neurons is largely determined by an expected outcome, particularly when the outcome is determined by the animal's own choice. Mm-hmm. That would be busted in me then. Okay. Alrighty. In a task involving course from At least know if the action might proceed in a serial manner. Yeah. Volumetric alterations of the orbitofrontal cortex. That's what I thought. OSC damage leads to symptoms seen in ASD. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So design choice 2 is messed up for me. It's that outside of this A-star search thing, which again I see as really option A. Or design choice A, whatever. 1, sorry. The third major way in which planning algorithms differ is in how planning ultimately informs imminent or future behavior. In other words, upon estimating action outcomes and their utility, how are the results translated into improved behavior? Mm-hmm. Yeah, look ahead. This, in fact, use to construct online adverts such as learning real time. Okay. A decision tree expanded at time. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, almost done with this paper kind of. This was fun for me. I'm having fun. In offline algorithms, planning in the background, planning and acting are performed in separate phases. Yup. The results of a tree expansion are, by necessity, stored for later use. Thus, upon transitioning to a new state, agents can reuse previous computations with minimal cost when selecting actions. Note that while we represent here the reuse of the plan after a single transition, planning computations can also be stored and reused at a much later time. Right. Scripting, anyone? Most studies of planning biological organisms tend to focus on online planning because of its experimental. Mm-hmm. Vicarious trial and error. The hippocampal formation can potentially offer direct window into planning algorithms, which is different in autism, given the relatively straightforward mapping between states and locations and navigation. Yep. Place and entorhinal grid cells. Yep. While place cells typically respond when the animal is in a specific location in the environment, the place field of the cell. This is the stuff I've been looking at. During VTE, vicarious trial and error, but also during freezing and fear and active movement, these cells fire in sequences encoding a short trajectory connecting the animal's previous locations, its current location, and a few future locations. So if that always happens, then you're going to have a problem. That's what I think is happening in autism, is when we try to use this region of our brain, we end up in that specific process of like, yeah, we're always in vicarious trial and error without training. That's why you can probably train us to do really incredible things, like we get somebody who's like very autistic and they can play the piano and sing and whatever. Very autistic, you know, more disabled in terms of like behavior, normal behavior, but then trained behavior, no. Trained behavior is like exceptional. This raises the intriguing possibility that the cycling might underlie the evaluation of different candidate paths as in a look-ahead like online planning algorithm. And if that's messed up, look-ahead is messed up, the cycling is uncoordinated and terrible or something, something's going wrong. That means, couldn't you find that cycling and autistic people and diagnose autism or other difficulties and impairments that way? Yes. Another way to here we go. This is what I think it is. Another way to manage the problem of time pressure, which if it's all distorted anyway, all time pressure is just, everything's on fire and bad, that haunts planning or makes it impossible if it's all fucked, is to abandon online algorithms altogether, and instead use offline algorithms in which planning and acting are performed in separate phases. In the planning phase, a plan, an action sequence in the deterministic case, or a policy in the stochastic case, is pre-computed and then stored. This stored plan can then be consulted with minimal computational and thus time cost during the action phase. Classical planning methods using deterministic internal models, such as breadth first or depth first search, are typically used in the offline setting, where a whole sequence of actions, a solution must be found before the agent starts acting. Yes. Depth first. In stochastic settings, where optimization is performed over policies rather than action sequences, offline planning can be used to improve the agent's policy. Yes, that's what I want. That's what I do. So I'm just talking to myself and I don't care. In a very real way, this is what I'm suggesting is the defining trait of my autism, life, whatever, behavior, is that I'm trying right now, like in a meta sense, I'm trying to do this. So the ways, the levels of abstraction you can get into are nutty. Like it's just, this is defining really complex actions for me and really simple ones. Like this is pervasive. So even if I'm high functioning, I'm still doing this. This is how I am doing things. My life is about improving my policy. Which can then be used for selecting multiple actions in the future. Time savings at action time of such offline, holy shit. This is what I'm always saying to people. The time savings of action time of such offline algorithms come with the disadvantage that the previously computed plans may become less useful over time. Yes, e.g. when they involve states that are currently irrelevant or unreachable. So you have to have way more offline time to even like keep track of that. So I'm always telling people to like do stuff at the front end. It seems like expensive to do it there, but then if you're really good at it, you'll have to make minimal adjustments, even if you which you probably will have to update what you're doing. Like things do change, but if you're able to optimize your policy by making it as inclusive and understanding the reality that your policy is built off of, right? Like the stable features of reality. If you're building it off of those, even as things change, it's much more predictable. and you won't have to do as much work over the long haul. But you have to do a lot of work in the beginning outside of the actual conditions. You have to do it offline. Right. Worse even, pre-computed plans may also be invalid. Yeah, but that means, well, yeah. If the environment or our knowledge of it has changed since the pre-computation. Yeah, sure. I agree with that. And I think that's the disadvantage. Thus losing some of the behavioral flexibility that is the main appeal of planning in the first place. Yes, exactly. But that's autism. Isn't it? Isn't that just autism? But it's a strategy for dealing with not being able to do the other thing, is what I'm suggesting. Behavioral evidence for offline planning in biological organisms is often difficult to obtain due to the lack of direct correspondence between the planning process and the improved behavior. Well, study a bunch of autistic people. Okay, however, carefully designed behavioral experiment with humans suggests that processes okay. However, a carefully designed behavioral experiment with humans suggests that processes occurring during a rest phase can impact a subject's choices in a later test phase. Using a two-step task, subjects learn different parts of an internal model, first stage outcomes and second stage rewards. In different phases of the experiment, choice behavior was consistent with the planning agent that combined the different pieces of the internal model in their decision, indicating a planning computation. Interestingly, increasing the subject's cognitive load during learning of the second stage rewards, but long before the decision, reduced the degree to which this combination occurred. Wait, what? Okay. Oh. In contrast, increasing cognitive load immediately prior to the final choice did not affect performance. Right. Right, which is why this strategy would be good. So if I need to go and do the literally performance for me, and there's a cognitive load, I can still perform well. I can still do the thing. It's like rehearsing it and understanding it and planning it according to a policy that I've been refining is my best choice if I'm going to have a dummy amount of cognitive load in the actual, like, action conditions, the action phase or whatever, which I would suggest is what happens with autism. Place cells, etc., and so forth, that I've been looking at. This suggests that the cognitive load manipulation interfered with the planning process. Right. Suggesting the existence of offline planning mechanisms. Yeah, you interrupted their offline planning mechanisms. Yes. Which might be why autistic people like to be alone when we're doing our offline planning, so that it goes well. Right? Jane likes to play by herself. Turns into something more profound. I want to finish this today. I think I can. Now that I'm getting paid for this, now that I found a way to sort of get paid for this. Okay. Associating neural data with offline planning is also challenging because of the inherent difficulty of relating neural activity to a change of behavior that is only measured at a later point in time. Yep.
So I had that letter to go out there tomorrow.
But couldn't you, like, couldn't you check in on procedures that the person is using? Because wouldn't those get more specific over time, and that would be evidence that they're doing that. Right?
So I was reading there, because that popped up, both of
Right.
them popped up yesterday. The cover story about the value of how
Or the policy, rather, not procedure. I knew I got that wrong. Sometimes those get mixed. They're close, but they're not exactly the same thing.
that popped up about the dry stuff stars. Sure enough, they're actually
A policy can be a procedure. And a procedure can be a policy, but they're not mutually similar. Procedure can also not be a policy. Policy cannot be a procedure. One way of establishing this relationship is to identify neural activity related to the state other than the agent's current state, and which is unlikely to be relevant for decisions the animal is currently taking. Hippocampal place cells maintain. Okay, I'm just not going to read out loud. I'm just going to be sitting here. So if you just want to work quietly, that's what we're doing. Uh-huh. Oh. Yeah. Hippocampal replay. Huh. Backward planning, which is what I think we need to do. Why do I have a phone call? I'm not worried about that. Hippocampal replay. And then what was the other one? Hippocampal replay in the awake state, a potential physiological substrate of memory consolidation and retrieval. Yes. I need that one. Retrieval events must occur. First, retrieval events must occur during waking behavior and display the mental time travel associated with episodic memory recall. In other words, retrieval should reactivate the internal representation of an experience in the absence of behavioral repetition. so I'm correct that autism bookends. If we do ends, we will have this backward in space. Let's see. Hippocampal replay brain region where striatum. Right, let's try that. And autism, do we have anything on that and autism? Yes. GABA-dependent inhibitory transmissions.
I don't like this sound.
Okay, got it. All right, so then right side. Uh-huh. Not what I wanted. Not quite what I want. This one. When was the study done? Okay. Okay, back to where it was. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes. So this could account for some of the volume increases in the right hemisphere of the hippocampus. Hippocampi? um. Awake replay actively predicts correct choices on a trial by trial basis. So this is my argument that you need to let autistic people Walter Mitty their lives. Like, and that might be why we're so freaking tired. We do have a lot of sleep issues. Or, well, I mean, not why, but it might be part of the whole syndrome for that reason. This is what okay, I think I'm on the right track. Okay, however, other empirical evidence paints a more controversial role of replay on planning. I think people are using it differently also, by the way. For example, replay can sometimes overrepresent trajectories unrelated to the upcoming behavior, more so than currently relevant locations. Yeah. More of these trajectories more often include previously than currently rewarding states. Yes. Thus, to establish a conclusive relation between replay and planning, existing computational models will need to be revised to explain these apparently contradictory results. Yes. But then this is where you get into, yeah, but then your model just has to be better. And their integration into a longer term. Yeah, more semantic representation. Exactly. Here the value function or exactly. That's what I'm saying. Book ends. Like, yes. But if you kind of like level up this ability to do semantic representation as much as you can, you're in pretty good shape. It's not normal, but it works. And in some instances it can be really helpful, I think. Adaptive. Even compared to other people in specific situations, you have the advantage. It will be interesting to develop and test specific predictions that distinguish between all these different and perhaps complementary computational accounts of replay. If you do that test, include me in it. It involves the retrieval of specific memories and their integration into longer term, more semantic representation. Here are the value, function, or policy. Yes. Okay. To be able to flexibly trade off time against accuracy. Many of the algorithms we consider so far can produce useful, albeit not necessarily optimal behaviors, even when their execution is interrupted prematurely. In other words, in these algorithms. Yes. Instead, they incrementally improve their plan and thus their performance with more processing time. Ugh. Deliberation, online planning. I can't do that. More generally, I wonder if this would explain why when I try to write fast, it goes to complete shit. Like, it's ridiculous. It looks like it's unrecognizable and sometimes illegible. And I'm not even like, it's just so exaggerated. It looks like I'm doing it on purpose, and it's just, I look back and I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, this isn't happening. This is what's broken. Dimension 3 is not. Offline planning is what I can use. Well, an aspect of Dimension 3 is not broken. An aspect of it, I guess, is broken. Because online planning is nope. Yeah. Performance incrementally improves as more time is allowed for planning. Well, offline planning. Yeah. You should have said offline planning there, but that's okay. Okay. Cool. This was very productive for me. Alright, just a little, well, there's kind of a lot more. Okay, well, I'll finish this. Okay, let's see. Cool. Hmm. Hmm. Cool. All smoothies. Cool. I think this would be a really good framework for looking at autism as well, and other issues that you could look at ADHD, I guess, but definitely autism. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hi, I'm streaming. What's up?
Nothing. I'm
Okay.
not ready to do that.
Okay.
I don't have socks on yet.
Oh, okay. I won't be doing this much longer.
Eventually.
Okay. Where did it go? Wait, what was that thing called? Damn it. It was, backward replay. Right. Let me go backward replay. Nope. Okay. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Yep. Recent results have indicated offline planning in abstract state space similar to that seen in physical spaces. Yep. And I'm saying autistics do offline planning and our abstract thinking skills in certain conditions, I'll just say that, but they can be exceptional. Let me make a note about that. Strong time pressures. Mm-hmm. That's what I thought. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Opinions. Can I read you? I wonder. No, I guess I can't. Okay. Hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna grab this whole thing. Interesting. I don't know about that. This thing that useful. Okay. For me. Right. Okay, almost done. Right. The hippocampus can be used as a window into planning. That's fun. Okay. Oh, yay! Good job! Woohoo! We did it! Yay! I also just got paid to do this. through an odd series of events, I realized, oh, I can get paid to do this. A full he played. Okay, let me just go ahead and grab this. I feel like that's done enough. I've done enough of this. This is dope, though. I'm excited. Yay! I got paid to read that. I'll explain how. So, I'm applying this to my job and to trainings, as well as like eventually developing or helping them to develop in some way some modalities that would be more inclusive of people with neurodevelopmental disabilities, like particularly autism, but you know, these traits could be overlapping with a whole bunch of different, well, neurodevelopmental disabilities, but also just like brain stuff, weird brain people, you know. So I was teaching at this school on Fridays, and it suddenly got canceled for a whole bunch of, a lot was going on. And then they're like, if you want to try to make up the hours, I was like, yeah, that'd be dope. And then I'm like, oh, you mean when I'm doing research for that, it counts? And they're like, yep. And I was like, oh, fire. So I just found a way to get paid to research this because I'm applying it to constructing new approaches for a program that is not yet inclusive for neurodivergent people, but could have a separate program for neurodivergent people and just generally be more accommodating. So I'm trying to like come up with like a model of what's going to be important for them to adapt in real time, as well as like potentially construct fresh in a new group specifically for autistic youth. So, yep. I'm basically like getting paid to understand autism better so that I can help design that. Anyways, yeah. And it's kind of dumb luck because like I think they felt bad that like I was owed a certain amount of income and it's just impossible. So, and this can get applied to trainings and stuff like that. Like one of the things I want to notice with this is like I'm trying to do a training for them to explain repetition and using enough repetition and a certain kind of repetition, like how you would make that happen in like the classroom setting that we have, like the actual practical application, so that people who have short-term memory impairments or other impairments that like are going to require that kind of repetition, which includes autism, can get the full benefit. And because it's a little weird to do it, it's not what you expect to have to do for people. So to teach it and then like teach some misconceptions about like, oh, am I calling the person stupid by repeating over and over? It's like, nope. So this has to do with that as well, where it's like, so this person has a working memory issue. This is all about working memory and how you can aid somebody that doesn't have this ability to do planning in real time, or even do the kind of planning that sets you up to do real-time actions. Yay! And that's what I did today. Cool. I'm gonna go put in my hours. I said I was gonna go till 3. It's like 2:30. This was fun for me. Just sitting here, just reading. I had a ball. I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy. And like, I don't even feel bad because like, I know it would take me a long time to read this stuff, but I at first didn't want to use my hours for that until I was like, how many hours am I allowed to take? And they're like, well, I mean, you can make up all that you had for OSA. I was like, oh crap, that's a lot of hours. So now I don't even worry about it because I just talked to one of the supervisor people yesterday about it, and Yeah. Yay. And I talked to one of the co-founders on Wednesday because, or wait, sorry? No, Tuesday. Because they scheduled meetings with everybody that works there to, like, I don't know, just check in with us and talk about goals. And, like, I got feedback from my supervisor that, like, the co-founder guy really liked my conversation and found it really, really helpful and inspiring and, like, just generally informative. And, like, I was like, I impressed, you know? So I'm like, yes. And I like that I impressed based on being autistic. Like, this is 100% the result of my brain developing this way, that this is how I think and this is how I want to spend my time, and that it can actually have, like, I know it has real world applications because I apply it to myself and also to my work, but in this, like, covert way. But to do it more overtly is pretty rad. It's really nice. It's really nice. It is emotionally nice in many ways. I feel happy. Yeah, let me do my hours. Actually, I guess I should grab this thing and then pull that over here. Cool. Where was I? There's another book I want to read today that would be relevant to this study, so yeah. Oh, I know, I want to put it in my calendar. Yes. And add it to my calendar so they know what I'm doing. Oh wow, see, like, I have so much. I'm like only halfway through that right now. So I started at 10 and I went until 2:30 currently. Wait, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna be pink. Let me say working memory. Save. Like, I was like, y'all can see what I'm doing. This. Okay, so cool. I'm gonna take a break and I may do more stuff. I don't know yet. Cool. Well, thank you. I'm gonna leave now. I'll be back on Sunday. I will do these on Friday. They will be random, what I am sitting here and doing. I had fun. So yeah, I have autism, and I feel like it's kind of ridiculous that it was ever considered that maybe that wasn't the case. Because I just had so much fun. All right, Isaac, have a great day. I'm glad the co-working was working for you. You got important work done. Heck yeah, high five. Give yourself like one of your... Do you track? I'm gonna go track. I'm seeing what I earned. Rip. And then I go here. And then I think that's a gift one for me because I'm doing something good for the world by trying to figure this out. Hopefully. Or, well, that's my goal at any rate. This is the point. And also, I should get a becoming too. Yeah, I should. So, whoopsie, wrong one. I did that wrong. There you go. CB. I happy. I'm so happy. Cool. Okay. Goodbye! I might not save these. Because I don't know why somebody would want to watch them back. I probably won't. Okay, alright, bye!